On behalf of the Board of Education, I welcome everyone tonight, especially our middle school orchestra and Mr. Schindler.
Thank you.
And also, I think we have Odyssey and Mind in the back, so congratulations to them too. We welcome them as well. As board, our highlights as board members are nights like tonight, seeing and celebrating our students in person too, not over video. It's great to see everybody again. We're looking forward to tonight, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Coates to get it. Thank you.
So I want to also welcome Mr. Schindler and our middle school music group. One of the things that makes such a well-rounded program is having opportunities to celebrate and hear our students share the hard work that they put in day in and day out with their teacher all throughout the year, after school, and at home with you as well. We know that we couldn't do this without your support, and it is always a pleasure to bring our music groups before our Board of Education and to bring the community together to really see the fruits of their labor. So without further ado, Mr. Schindler, we'll turn it over to you and the group.
Thank you. I just want to make a few comments about our program in the middle school. This year we had 115 students taking part across 3 groups, a 6th grade orchestra, a 7th and 8th grade symphony orchestra, and a 7th and 8th grade chamber orchestra. Tonight you are going to hear students who are part of our chamber orchestra. We've had a great year this year in orchestra, starting with our December concert. A couple weeks later, I brought our chamber orchestra to the Galleria Mall, where we performed, and the kids just had a ball doing it. For many of them, it was their first professional gig out in the public. So we tried to make it as realistic as possible. Parents were thrilled, and the patrons in the mall were really treated for. It was just like a pleasant surprise for them. They weren't expecting it. We concluded our performance with a rendition of Jingle Bells, and I mean, half the mall was clapping along as we were playing it. It was really quite a moment. Fast forward a couple of months, we had 3 elementary students participating in the all-county orchestra, elementary orchestra. A week later, I had 7 students participate in the junior high all-county orchestra, and that group is consisting of 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. So there was a lot of competition to get in that. So I was really pleased to have so many 7th and 8th graders in that. A couple weeks later, I brought 8 students to NISMA, the New York State School Music Association Solo Evaluation Festival. It was at Valley Central this year, and what it is students work up music and they perform music for a professional adjudicator, and they're graded on specific criteria, and there's a rubric that is followed, and they receive verbal and written feedback, and they're scored. And all of our students received excellent and outstanding scores, which I'm very proud of. And our students, there are different levels of music that they can perform. So for our kids will do levels 2 to 4. And when you get to level 6, you can audition for all-state orchestra and all-state band and all-state chorus. So it's something really to look towards in the future when you're in high school, to go for that. 3 days later, we had our spring concert, which was a success. And here we are 2 weeks later for one more shot. So thank you very much. And we're going to start with a piece called Sinfonietta for Strings. And the Sinfonietta is actually a mini symphony orchestra. A symphony orchestra can be like 60, 80, 90, 100 participants, performers. So we're a true symphonietta. We're a smaller version. So here we go. selection will be a pop song that I arranged for strings called Dance Monkey. It was a hit a couple of years ago, and the kids always want to play pop songs, and they always, like, the people that write these arrangements, they usually do them like 3-4 years later, so, you know, by then they're on to the next song, so I wanted to do this one right away. So this is Dance Monkey, and it's by a group called Tones and I, which is actually a solo singer from Australia. So that's the group Tones and I, Dance Monkey. Here we go. With repeats. So before we conclude with our final, I just wanted to make a brief introduction of all of our students. So Layla Logan, violin. Hallie Joe Maxwell, Emily Smith, Joel Portugal Harris, Giovanni Yuzevich, Prayal Patel, Anu Falami, Zoe. Gwendolyn Warland, Annie Heater, Emily Loftus, Hannah Mayo, Jacob Duzevich, Grace and these are my kids, so I mean, they are my kids, you know, every other day and once a week, so I think the world of them, so I'm sorry if I kind of butchered them. So we have one more piece entitled Primrose Hill. This is actually a selection that we performed with our 8th graders on our concert, but it's such a nice, feel-good melody, and the 7th graders were kind of jealous that we performed it without them, so we're going to do it tonight. So here's Primrose Hill, our final. Thank you.
And I think it goes without saying, but being able to put this together in an environment like this, not in an auditorium, you have a lot to be proud of. So thank you to all of you for sharing it with us.
See, iron it out. I'm trying to do it.
I'm good. Is this an extra now? Did I pull this? No, it says Jason. Hey, Jacqueline.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Hey, Denise.
On your way here?
That's me back here. I just had to relocate. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
I'm okay.
Mine, you're right.
No. I mean, I don't want to be mobile. I want to sit down and... My kids are good. Yeah. How about yours? They're grown-ups. Yeah. It's a different world. Beautiful. All right, we're good to go. I didn't know they were setting up early. I texted me at 6. I was like, scrambling, dropped my stuff, it's crowded. So
Call to order a regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Goshen Central School District for today, Monday, June 13th, 2022. Today's meeting is being held in the District Administration Building and live streaming through YouTube. Next on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. A moment of meditation. Next on the agenda is special night for recognition of Tertiary. I'll turn it over to Dr. Cook.
So I spoke a few moments ago when we introduced our music group about programs that make our district well-rounded. Well, the group that we're here to recognize tonight is certainly no exception. And when you have a program that year after year continues to shine and bring accolades to your district, it's a testament to the dedication not only of the staff, but of the students that want to stand behind that program as well. The interest, the level of love, the level of care to get involved, it happens because it's fostered by the adults that run the program, and the excitement that those that have been in before bring to it only help it to continue to grow. So we're here to celebrate the great accomplishments of our Odyssey of the Mind teams tonight. I'm going to ask Mrs. Beth Laskowski, our program coordinator, to come up and say a few words before we recognize our team. Mrs. Laskowski, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, before we get started, we'd just like to thank the school board and the administration for the continued enthusiastic support. We couldn't have gotten to Iowa without it's a long way to get to world finals. So tonight we're here to recognize two of our Odyssey of the Mind teams that have great accomplishments throughout the year. First, we have our GIS team, which is a first-year team. So to do so well as a first-year team is truly an amazing feat. So they're coached by Rachel Losey, and this first-year team won first place at regionals. They won second place at states, and they won 12th place out of 35 teams at world finals. So, and they also won an owner award, which is a huge accomplishment in itself, and a great honor as the team with tremendous team spirit. So I'd like to call Rachel Losey up here to introduce her team.
So my team is a fourth grade team. We have Jackson Thurtle, Melody Losey, Celia Artiega, Ayo Kalami, and Betty Collado. Two are not able to make it, David Byers and William Artiega.
I think this team's going to be back next year. And now we'd like to introduce our world champions. The trophy is bigger than the coach. So this team, it is truly amazing. The hard work and dedication that goes into getting one of these is like incredible. So this team has worked very hard from regionals until worlds. They finished first place at regionals, second place at states, and they worked really, really hard to get that first place at world finals, defeating 45 teams. And not only that, they placed first place in all three of the categories, long-term, style, and spontaneous. It's hardly ever done. It really, truly is an amazing accomplishment. Usually it's divided all up. They might finish 7th or 3rd, and then first place in one of the areas. First place in every single area. That's incredible.
Van Hulst. Olivia Marcoux. Ethan Hulst. Madison Hunter. Grace McAndrew. Sion Silchkovic. Harley Seligman. Ethan Tetzlaff. Thank you very much.
Okay, next on the agenda is executive session. I need a motion. Jeremy and Al. Be resolved, the Board of Education will enter into executive session with the intent to reconvene the business portion of the meeting for discussions related to the employment history of a particular person or person. All in favor? Okay, I need a motion to come back into the regular meeting of the session. Billy and Shannon, all in favor? Next on the agenda is the Board of Education acknowledges the treasury report for April 2022 and May 2022. Next on the agenda is privilege of the floor. First we have Linda.
I just wanted to come in and say thank you to Jeremy and Mike for all your years of service on the Board of Education. You brought a lot of change, positivity to our district, whether it be safety, whether it be technology, and it needs to be acknowledged. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Next I need list here is Manuel.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Manuela Cynthia. I am a mother of 4. All of my children are in the Goshen School District, and I am a program officer at the Ford Foundation, which is a global organization supporting young people, communities, advancing equity and justice. I'm here, unfortunately, because my children have been through a number of incidents that have really shaken their emotional and mental well-being. And it is not unlike what all of us have been through collectively as a country. So I'm not just here for my kids, I'm here for all of our children. Why am I here? About a month ago, my daughter was in the study hall and someone airdropped an image. And the image was of a dollar bill. And on the dollar bill was a man who was of African descent, but he was drawn like a monkey. And the word underneath the dollar bill, and I apologize for seeing a racist slur, not because I believe in them, but I need you to know how this lands. The word underneath said nigger buck. So my children have been in the Goshen School District for more than 9 years. I moved up from New York City because I wanted a better community for my kids. The United States is now close to 19% Latino descent, much more African American, and so we're moving into a new era where we're preparing young people to be positive, contributing members of society. They need to know how to relate, collaborate with people of other races, with women, with LGBTQ people, with disabled people. When corporations hire our children, they want to know that young people know how to deal and be functional and versatile in diverse environments. Why? Because they will not always live in the small town of Goshen, which is maybe 20% people of color, 30% people of low income, right? So we're not just talking about what to do about the people of color over here. We're talking about what to do about all of our kids. In our families, in our communities, there are LGBTQ people. We cannot allow our schools to become places of homophobia. We cannot allow our children to say racist things and then not go addressed. So guess what? I'm not telling you anything new. It's hard to talk about race. The United States is not very good at it. And so we have a responsibility to train our children and to train and support our staff. Because how would you know how to do this if you were never taught to do this? And so this is an invitation, Superintendent Coates, and the wonderful faculty that I absolutely adore, because I'm a proud Goshen parent. My kids play varsity sports, they're in bands, they sing. Like, I love our schools, and I love all of our kids. And I came to invite us to get on the train. The Monroe School District, the Middletown School District has already established a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force. The task force includes parents, includes teachers, and most importantly, includes kids. Because nobody wants to be bullied. And everybody loves their friends. And my daughter, who used to have a bunch of friends, little white girls, are no longer friends with her. And it's heartbreaking. Why? Because as kids grow up, they become socialized to think that we're supposed to be separate and that we are so different. And so kids no longer know how to interact with people of other races. And her best friend, she lost her. Why? Because her best friend posted something on social media that was about racism. And her little other friend also did the same thing, but because she didn't know how to intervene and say, hey, that's not cool, we don't do that. She wasn't trained, she wasn't supported with conflict resolution and education skills. It is our responsibility to raise mature, capable, versatile young people. It doesn't matter their age, their ethnicity, their race, their sexual orientation, their ability. And if we don't take action, the train's gonna leave us behind. The rest of the schools in Orange County are mobilizing. It is our turn and our responsibility to support our children. So I am here extending an invitation, and I'm requesting three things. We should establish a task force that includes the needs and perspectives of our kids. Because kids are going around quiet and silent and suffering. And we should never allow for schools like that. It's our job to build positive school culture. The second thing I believe we need to do is publish the data. I have already spoken to the principal of the high school and the assistant principal, and they have both agreed, this is hard, it's a problem, but I cannot do it by myself. I need the administration to support me. I need parents to get on board. This is about changing school culture. This is not about promoting punishment. You can't punish kids for doing something they've seen and they have never been taught to do otherwise. You can't punish teachers for not intervening because they're not supported and they may not know how, right? And so we need to put the budget aside, get this task force going, hire the consultants and the experts that know how to do this in ways that unite and keep us together because we're stronger that way instead of separating us. We can't be afraid of the conversation of the century, y'all. We cannot be afraid. We are strong enough to do this, and so let's stop being afraid. Let's stop hiding it under the rug. Again, this has happened multiple times in my kids' academic careers, and every time it happens, they get depressed, they don't want to go to school, they start being isolated, they start believing that we cannot be multiracial families, that we can't be multiracial communities, and I want to disabuse them of that notion. Because I know the power of multiracial multi-class, multi-gender community. I work in a diverse institution. We've done amazing things together, and that's what they deserve. So the third thing I'm asking for also is that you publish the data of the complaints and you run a survey. Ask the kids, how are you feeling? At the top of the school year, we can work on it this summer. How are you feeling? Do you feel safe? Is anyone threatening you? Have you seen racist slurs? Has anyone said things against women? Have girls been physically assaulted? And did anyone do anything about it? Measure in September, get to work, measure again December, measure again in June. And show our kids that we care when they say, Mommy, I don't feel good, I'm not safe. And that we will take up action and unite and do what we need to do to make sure they feel safe and protected and included. Not just the kids, but the teachers. Because if you're an educator and you're a gay educator and you can't even come out in your community, then that's a problem. That's a problem. We need to support all of us to stick together and be safe and be well. And so that is my invitation, Superintendent Coates. I have done this work for a living. I brought my daughter to share her testimony with you. I'm happy to mobilize, to fundraise, whatever we need to do to get the resources to keep us all together and to overcome the biggest pandemic of the United States that is literally tearing us apart. Thank you. My daughter's up next. And she's keep it short. I just want you to know she's the shyest child in my family. And the fact that she's here wanting to do this is a historic milestone for us. So thank you for your support.
Teacher, and she was just complaining how she hated Mexican people. What my mom said about the N-word, people always do stuff like that. They just airdrop things, they share things, think it's funny. It's the use of the N-word constantly by other races, like other than Black people, like white people and Hispanics. And there are Black people who think it's okay that their friends just say it like that, and I've been told, why do you care? You're not Black, like you shouldn't care, like, which I think is just, that doesn't make any sense. Also homophobia, like the use of the F slur is constantly being used by straight students, and people are mocking LGBTQ plus community, and there are also teachers who misgender purposefully and degrade people of that community. So a trans student told teachers that their pronouns were he, and he preferred to be called a different name, but teachers just smiled and laughed and called him name he preferred not to be called. And they still call him that to this day. And they also say that trans people have mental illness, which is appropriate. And there are also ableist students. So there's a lot of, or a few kids with disabilities in my school, and people are always using the R slur against them or just mocking them, and I don't think it's nice. And the last thing is that I want the administration to take action more than they should about these students, and not, like, I hope that they hold them accountable more for their offensive and bad behavior, and I hope that they take action harder with the complaints. So, yeah, I just want those things to be heard and done.
Is this woman right here who is an appointed principal in a New York City charter school who has a background in multicultural education, and I just wanted, from an administrator and teacher's perspective, have her share her thoughts.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience in this space. I'm here as a concerned auntie, and as a recent member of the Middletown community who having a biracial child who also identifies as pan and felt uncomfortable coming to Middletown and Goshen school districts, decided to commute an hour and a half into Manhattan because she feels safer. So in reference to what we as educators can do, we have to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because as my sister so eloquently stated, these are all of our children, and we are moving into a world where it's, you know, it's not just about one culture. And so in terms of what educators can do, be intentional about inviting student feedback, curriculum feedback, feedback on teachers, feedback on administrators, and as my sister said, measuring it throughout the year. Using student voice and choice to create affinity groups, inclusive and culturally responsive curriculum that's embedded throughout, not just homeroom, where you just take attendance, but actual intentional advisories, crews, small groups where students can feel comfortable speaking on behalf of what matters to them. Teacher training, you know, if you do a simple search on building diversity, equity, and inclusion, you will find a plethora of resources, including EL. I don't know if you guys have heard of that curriculum, Expeditionary Learning. Excellent resource that we use in Harlem. Teacher training, making sure that teachers have space and grace to be able to, you know, authentically speak about the issues that they are facing and how they're impacting students. Giving teachers the opportunity to design curriculum and also intentionally look at student feedback to revise curriculum, because if not, it will become stagnant and not culturally responsive. Increasing mental health services for students and families and teachers. As educators, we also need the support. And then being intentional about increasing family involvement. We need parents to feel safe and comfortable to voice their concerns, and that will also help us bridge the gap that unfortunately sometimes exists between home and school. So if you are interested in any resources, I have listed them in my notebook. I can feel free to email them. But I think we need to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion because it will support all children. Thank you.
Next, we have Christy Craig.
I'd also like to piggyback on Alana's comment about Jeremy. Thank you very much. I joked with Jeremy saying I would love to give him a plaque that just says I'm not on the board anymore, so maybe go out to a restaurant nice again. But I'm speaking on behalf of the parents who came to you on April 19th regarding the trip to Europe and it being canceled. And as far as I know, nobody has heard anything back. And it's a pretty common denominator going on this year. And so when it's in regard to this trip, you know.
I mean, the board is in an executive session. We have a resolution that we're going to pass tonight that will allow the trip to be rescheduled. I think the parts will roll out Spain, which is our understanding that the seniors who cannot go will be reimbursed. Trip will be grandfathered in, even though the board going forward will not approve the international trips. I do have that on my own.
So that would be you making the choice to move forward with the trip without any input from the parents?
My understanding is the parents have been consulted, has been my understanding by the parents.
This is a different trip.
Oh.
I guess it's the same trip.
Oh, we got different trips on
Yeah, it
that?
must be. I don't know another trips that.
This is the one negotiation?
Yeah.
My understanding is what we've been discussing is that if the trip is rescheduled to a different location, I think it's chosen a different location from the trip that.
Who's that?
Mrs. Taylor? Mrs. Taylor?
She did not.
No, this is not
That's something we need to communicate better, or?
Definitely.
I did talk to Jill, tell me that they were planning on changing the trip.
But she did not
But
change
she
it.
did not tell anybody that. She
That's
said.
So we're looking
Or
to,
it's
I think it's
going
just a
to-
question of reimbursement?
Cash communication, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it.
Yeah. Big
From-
time now,
yeah.
because now it's.
Yes, I think
bigger
it's,
than before. And I don't think it's on, I don't think it's in anybody but the parents to choose what to do with their money and their children moving forward. So I think if you might be able to kind of give us a little bit more information.
I was just questioning when and how much are we gonna get back on the trip if.
So the understanding we have, which again, maybe is communication, we need to clean up here a little bit, is that the trip was canceled. The insurance wasn't covering up to $700 is what we heard.
I think it's more.
No, there was
More.
actually.
It's more.
Okay, so we heard $700. We'll get further communication on this, okay?
There's a $700 transfer fee that was
Yeah,
being
so I think
charged.
that's what maybe that was the insurance didn't cover, I'm not sure, we'll have to get more information basically now. So we were gonna approve a resolution to, our understanding, reimburse the people that couldn't go on the trip next year because they were seniors.
Right.
That's kind of what
But
we're
it's
trying
just
to
really
do.
frustrating because we were.
I understand frustration.
No, and I get you guys are busy, but,
No, it's frustrating. yeah.
like,
So I think we need a little bit more clarification there. Now I'm confused.
Okay, can I also ask, with support of letting the the underclass go on the trip, I would be fully in support of having my child do that. However, I think the underlining issue is there is a $700 transfer fee from one year to the next to go on the trip. So I think we're also asking for that to be looked into because
$700 transfer fee for.
transfer to
for
still go on the
current
trip
students?
for next year.
Right.
So right now in my daughter's account is a pending $700 additional fee. I didn't
So yeah,
cancel.
so that wasn't our understanding.
Right. Well,
Okay.
there's different
But can I-
issues that I think that we all need to come together
Yeah,
as a group.
I'm not sure that's the case, let me just, I'm gonna put that on hold for now.
But can I just add something? This is, I think, the bigger problem. Like, the stakeholders that are involved in these decisions are not being heard. Even the fact that we've come here before, no one's gotten back to us, and now today you have a resolution, but it hasn't been discussed among anybody, and obviously among you guys, that you don't even understand what it is that we're asking.
Yeah, we're asking questions, I don't wanna go too far into it, but we've been asking questions, we thought we had answers, and I don't think we have answers.
But that's what I think the bigger issue might be, that any of the things that are on the agenda, it seems to be that decisions are made, but major stakeholders involved in those decisions
Not
aren't.
our understanding.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that for now,
Okay.
and, we'll have to get to the bottom. Sorry about that. My apologies,
But
but that's just not the information.
There are several students that are juniors, the seniors canceled, there's also juniors that canceled, so it's not an option to even lose that 700. Like, we're not going on the trip because we were not told there was a change of venue. We were told that the exact same trip was rolling forward. So that was where our decision had to be made. Our hands were forced when we communicated with the travel agency that, okay, the board is not having us go this year, okay? Ms. Panzer had communicated with World Strides that, and World Strides added the transfer fee, rolled the trip forward, but it's the exact same itinerary, not a change of venue. So whether she has now since said, oh, now we'll move it to Barcelona, that is very after the fact, that in the moment in time when we were dealing with this and we were in a position where we had to decide what are we gonna do? Send our kids, don't send our kids. We were told we were going to the exact same countries, and the countries in question were Hungary, Budapest, Austria, which are on the extreme perimeter of the Ukraine. And we were concerned about sending them this year, and then really still feeling very concerned about still sending them next year with the idea of who the game players are here. It's Russia. I don't think they're gonna
Well,
roll
we
over in less than
understand
12
we
months.
understand that
so.
part, we had a resolution
Yeah.
to help everybody.
And I mean, our decisions might have been different. I
Yeah.
might have just
I
rolled it
can't-
forward. I didn't feel like we were
I just
given a conversation.
I can't even bring it forward now, because I don't have information. My DNA is I gotta have facts,
Mhm.
and that's all I gotta have facts.
Well, thank you.
they're
I'd like to
holding-
know that you're continuing to work on it.
They're holding the transfer fee and the cancellation fee. Now, I took insurance out on the trip for a reason, so they're holding the insurance, which I get that, but they're taking the cancellation fee plus the transfer fee. So that's $1,100 right there
Yeah.
that, on top of the other $250 that I'm not getting back.
Yeah.
Because they said that they were going there next year. And I said, I'm not sending my daughter next year if this is still going on, so I want my money back. And now they're saying no, that they're gonna hold it. Well, that's not right.
All right, okay. So I think what we're gonna do is have Dr. Coates, maybe meet, and we all meet the group too, so you're there.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to have you, there's a big presence there. I got Dr. Coates be present at the next, and get facts to the board, and bring it back to the board.
I mean, can there be a meeting that we're involved in and
Like the
we're working
parents.
together? It doesn't have to be a board meeting, but I mean, at least there's other
Yeah,
parents
I
out
think
there
what I
that.
need, I think what I'm proposing is a meeting with Ms. Panzer, Dr. Coates, and the parents.
Yeah.
And so get the bottom.
Because there's a lot of other parents that are, aren't here, that aren't.
I totally understand.
And Ms. Panzer did say that the seniors, some of them did get all of their money back.
No,
that's not true.
That's not
Yeah.
true. None of this
Is
is.
that the venue for that, honestly?
She said to me-
Let's do that in a meeting.
Yeah.
So we can move forward. I got one more tonight. And I understand your concern, but I think we have a path forward to figure it out. So let's get to that point. Let Dr. Coates meet with everybody and then we can report back to the board so we can help you out as best we can.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry for all your frustration. Michelle Patel?
Same subject.
Okay, thank you. Stacey Ryan?
I just want to speak briefly about the math department this year specifically. I have a daughter who is a junior and she has been taking Algebra 2. They started the year out with no teacher because there was maternity leave, I believe. So for 3 weeks there was no teacher. After conversations and emails with Ms. Martin, I was told that, well, the other math teachers are coming in and teaching. That wasn't the case. They had no teacher, no lessons being taught for 3 weeks. They then the school got a long-term sub, who has actually taught all year long. The person in question didn't come back. So this sub has been teaching all year long. My daughter is in, as I said, Algebra 2. This teacher also teaches, I believe, Algebra 1. They're going into a Regents exam where they have not been taught some of the topics that are going to be on this exam because they are so far behind. I had to hire a tutor so that she can feel somewhat ready for a Regents exam, which is next week. This tutor has told me she is tutoring several other students of this teacher because he has not taught the kids what they need to know going into this exam. And I have a huge problem with that. There's nothing I can do about it now, but I also have a ninth grader coming up. And I just feel like the district needs to do better for our children. I shouldn't have to pay a tutor. My daughter she's a smart girl. I shouldn't have to pay a tutor for Algebra 2. She took topics. She was ready for this class. But this teacher has failed her and all the other students. At some point during the end of the school year, some of the kids in her class were sent a letter or an email saying you are going to be expected to go to a mandatory extra help during your study hall because maybe it was because of their grades or whatever. Emma never got that.
So, and her grades were not high. She was, an average student at the end. So she missed out on those extra sessions. Although I don't know if those extra sessions were even helpful, because I did hear that kids showed up and there was no teacher there. So it has been a bit of a crap show this year, and it's really frustrating. So I would just like to see going forward that you do better for our kids. If you know that you're gonna have a teacher out on maternity leave, you need to have somebody in place for those kids. So for her to go 3 weeks without a teacher, and then at the end of the year, she's now taking a Regents next year, which, by the way, the teacher has offered one review session, which was today. She couldn't go to because she's working. So one review session leading up to a Regents next year where there's subject matter that they have not covered in class, that to me is unacceptable. It's a Regents. She has to do well. It's going to be on her transcript. So again, I have another student coming up. He's a freshman. He's going to go through this math department. The district needs to do better. This should not be happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the President's report. I'd like to say thank you to Jeremy and Mike myself. We have a little something later in the program for you guys. But I think this is my last president meeting. You guys have been really supportive and been great team members. And I do really appreciate working with you guys. And together we put a lot of extra volunteer hours into this. And it's been my pleasure.
Thanks. It's been a ride.
Next on the agenda is the legislative update. Shanka. Thank you. And next on the agenda is the superintendent report.
Very much. We get right into our presentation with this.
You guys got a joint report for that?
We do. Yeah.
Superintendent report and assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, personnel, and technology, and start. Sorry about that.
So as we are nearing very quickly the end of the year, tonight's presentation is going to review two main pieces for the Board of Education. The first being to review where we stand in terms of the goals and objectives that we set earlier this year. And then we're going to work with the district administration and the building administration to do a dive into student outcome data. We've selected 2 benchmark years to try to do a comparison pre-pandemic to where our students are performing now, to look specifically at some academic data, attendance data, and again, some performance data. We're going to start with our board goals and objectives. So, as you're aware, we had gone through a process earlier this year to set the course to craft a strategic plan for the district, inclusive of some of the academic concerns that have been brought to your attention tonight. A strategic plan would allow us to set specific goals for improvement for the district, instructional, environmental. We did some cross comparisons to some other strategic plans that we saw throughout the Lower Hudson Valley. We looked specifically at those as we went through a process, and we used our consultant to help us get organized to be able to do this. And we're going to flip over to the draft itself. Perfect. scrolling up. So the first part of what has been created by the strategic planning team was a review of our district mission statement. And I'm going to be asking the board to pay special attention to this tonight. This is on paper in front of you as well. These updates obviously would need the approval of the Board of Education, and that is what we will be requesting at the end of tonight to adopt these modifications. So the first being the mission statement. The team worked together to look specifically at what we are trying to embody as a school district, and again, I think a lot of that was articulated even by our community tonight. The mission statement is intended to really embrace what are we trying to achieve within the goals that we have set next. Scroll down. When we worked with our consultant, we set 2 specific goals. Measurable goals, you don't want to set too many goals because within a specific time period, we're going to be looking at 18 months for measurement for a strategic plan. You want to make sure that they are attainable. The first goal that we set, strengthen and facilitate a safe, respectful, engaging school community with all students have voice, choice, support, and their personal, academic, and career development. This goal is multifaceted. We're going to look at health and wellness. We're looking at how can we start to develop through our guidance program more specific choice in academic outcomes. And again, another piece that we will look at in our guidance plan in a little bit is how do we engage students more deeply in career development. Let's go down to the second. The second goal that we set, and we heard this pretty resoundingly through the data that we collected from our stakeholders, is this whole concept of looking cohesively at a K-12 alignment for all of our academic and social programs. One of the consistent complaints that existed that we saw when we looked at our academic data was there's a bump in the road when our kids move from 2nd to 3rd grade, there's a bump in the road when our kids move from 5th to 6th grade, and then they have another reacclimation when they go to the high school. What the goal here will be is to try to level that out. How do we make sure that our teachers in the high school know what our teachers in 3rd grade are doing? How do we make sure that our middle school teachers know what's going on in the K-2 building and any other algorithm that may exist there? We also want to make sure that in doing that, we're allowing our students to have that greater sense of success as they work their years through the school district. Our data still supports, if you look at a student that enters kindergarten in Goshen, they're very likely to graduate from high school in the district as well. In doing that, we really try to come up with what do we embrace as a school district. And it was interesting some of the language that came out in that conversation. We've reviewed some of this before. How do we really become a school district or a learning organization was the phrase that the committee started to use. It's not just about the students learning at the same time, it's about the staff learning, it's about how do we get stronger, how do we acknowledge the fact that public schooling is changing. It's not just about a terminal assessment anymore. When we look at project-based learning, when we look at the implementation of technology, teachers that started 20 years ago, the classroom is very different. And even as a school administrator, to go back now and look at what skills that you need to be successful in the classroom, we need to make sure that we're keeping our staff up to date at the same time. Again, all the qualities of the values of the district that we are trying to embrace was listed here, and the group felt very strongly they wanted these to be included in the plan. Let's go to the last piece. This was one thing that was actually a very enjoyable experience to go through, and we had 3 students, we had 3 junior students on our committee at the same time. To create this portrait of what does a student in the district look like? What qualities do we want them to have? What do we want them to leave here with when they graduate from high school, regardless of where they go? They go to college, they go to the military, they go to the workforce, wherever they may head, what qualities do we want them to have as a learner? And many of these attributes, believe it or not, came from those students. They talked about being curious and inquisitive. They certainly spoke very extensively about respect of others, about being productive and proud of their work, regardless of what they were working towards. Again, I'm not going to read them all to you, but that was probably one of the most enjoyable pieces, I will say, for us as the adults on the committee to hear our students articulate that. This is the strategic plan that I'm putting before the board, inclusive of an update to our district mission statement that, again, part of our goals and objectives, it's complete. Our actionable steps, we actually have action teams on how we're going to achieve these goals working right now that we're going to have ready for the 4th of July. Again, I'd like to ask the board to consider adopting this tonight. Go back to Kevin. Start the slide. The second goal was the creation of an updated technology plan. As we know, the pandemic certainly launched us into a whole different perspective on how do we use technology in the district. We had to look at how we were deploying devices to students and families. We had to look at a sustainable replacement policy. While we have a very good purchase policy going on, practice going on right now with how we put Chromebooks in the district, we certainly can't lose sight of the other instructional technology, smart boards, ozone box, robotics, everything else that we're trying to put in the classroom. We do not want to lose sight of those pieces as we have to work those into our purchasing plan. The flip side is we also have to make sure, as we heard tonight, that we're communicating well with our families. We've implemented so many different software programs that we have to make sure that on the receiving end, on the user end, that if families are sitting down to try to help with children, that they have the resources that they need, or if they know where to reach out to get help with things like Google Classroom, Classlink, any of the other pieces that their children may be using when they sit down with the device at home. We picked 3 main areas of focus in trying to update the technology plan. First one being we looked really at inventory control. One of the things that was concerning at the end of last year that we took a hard look at was the number of losses that we had with the Chromebooks that we handed out. I think the number that you're going to see is roughly about 280. Some of the action steps that we took this year have greatly reduced that number, and our inventory control is getting much better. We're going to hear about getting into a one-to-one device policy that is sustainable, that we know that we can put Chromebooks in the hands of students and they will have that for their life, basically the life of their study here in the school district, both in 5th and 9th grade, and it allows them to use them towards their academic program and take them home at the same time. And then the last piece you'll hear about tonight, district targeting specific software programs for training for parents prior to the end of the year, which we have done. Again, we were a little disappointed in some of the turnout that we saw, but we will continue to push that. We have talked about My School Box and some of the other pieces that we're going to be working on going into next year. And we want to make sure that we continue to make training and information available to our students. So to go over the updated technology plan, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rediker, Mr. Stair, for a few minutes to walk you through what we have done on updating our tech.
Good evening, everybody. I'll be streaming myself in the back here, so my devices. We spent some time taking a look at a lot of, first of all, our hardware rollout as being part of the asset management pieces. So Jim will mostly be discussing some of those things, and then I'll pick up on some of the instructional side. But the data is pretty good as we're able to pull some stuff together for this presentation.
As Dr. Coates noted, the pandemic did force our hand, so to speak, to go to a one-to-one initiative. And although it started out a little rocky in the spring 2020, come September of 2021, we got a much better handle on it. And we offered students throughout the district a option of either having a school-provided device issued to them, or they also given the option of bringing their own devices and connecting to our bring your own device wireless network.
So go ahead. We changed some of the initiative. Every child has one in their hands to at least at our K-5 buildings. So Scratch on GIS, instead of everyone gets a Chromebook, carries it, has it with them. A lot of concerns about the younger age children was about damage, travel back and forth, parent feedback indicated that they weren't really inclined to have that. So we put them back in carts in the elementary level, which seemed to be at least have access to it. If they wanted to take it home, they could still take it home as well. Parents needed them to for a quarantine or anything like that. So it's not just a one-to-one in a traditional sense of where every kid has it with them all the time. That starts in 6th grade. And so that was 6th grade through 12th grade. And so we're going to continue with that as well. And with that, on the next slide, we have Dr. Coates and Mr. Carter and Jim and I work together to put this out. Any person who's going to use a Chromebook in the schools, this is just a little screenshot of a liability form that we had. This was quite successful in terms of mitigating some of the damage or malicious intent, so that's incidental damage or aging of devices that we are not accounting for in besides just wear and tear. But this has really helped us a lot in our asset management and fiscal responsibilities of the district as well.
Yes, as you'll see, this is our broken Chromebook count from last year. This is when we started getting them out in March of 2020, and they went out just because they had to go out. We had to get the students something to work with, and the damage was substantial. Substantial to a degree. So then, and these were the numbers. Ultimately, it was 9% number of broken devices throughout the district.
Again, this doesn't necessarily count for just a device aging out or a battery dying. Those are incidental things that happen.
Right.
This is about damage, broken cameras, ripped off keyboards, that kind of thing.
Yeah, this was intent. Damage was intent. So then we go to this year, which coincides with the signing of the responsibility form, and it looked like they took that to heart. Because as you can see, a total of 87. Now we're still getting the back end, but a total of 87 as opposed to a total of 280 last year. So it's a marked improvement, and everybody seems to be taking ownership of the district devices and using them for what they're meant to be used for.
Quite a bit lower at 3.7% of the total operation, just 97, those are total combined. I think that's up to date in this slide compared to the last slide, but sorry we didn't correspond that. Pretty good solid numbers there this year. One of the things that we've done though is that we use the business office to invoice families for broken Chromebooks, and originally we were using a depreciation model, but we recently started an agreement with a repair program, EGI Repair, so we can actually invoice families based on the exact thing that broke. So if it's a screen that broke and that's $120, we can invoice them the $120 for the exact repair instead of dealing with replacement of the whole device. However, on the right-hand side, you can see the total number of invoices compared to the total number paid. So follow-up is always a challenge. That's always been the case even with damaged textbooks and things like that at the end of the school year. So it's an issue to deal with, but we're asking and following up, and it's been helpful to know that they're on the hook. So again, that just says that we don't, incidental damage, we didn't account for in those things.
Right, manufacturing defects, just usual wear and tear. That's nothing that we consider. That's just cost of doing business.
So that's just a little visual of what we're dealing with, number between 2 years. So it's nice.
Again, as mentioned, BYOD is also available for students in the middle school and the high school if they would choose, if they prefer to use their own device, if they want to bring their own Windows laptop, a Mac laptop, whatever they have, whatever they would like to use that would help them with their classroom experience. That is also made available to them. They can get to all their resources, at least all their Google resources, all the internet resources on their own device while in school. So as you can see, some have chosen to bring their own device, and at all times, if their device doesn't work for any reason, then a school device would be provided to them.
A lot of teachers are choosing to bring their own as well. We've done a nice initiative where we bought about 100 Windows laptops during the remote learning stage of life because teachers didn't have a good, reliable device at home. Those have been redeployed to teachers based on need for their rationale for what they need to use. But many teachers have also appreciated just the use of having just an older Chromebook. You can see here some data on that too. We can share all of this with you. But again, the old Chromebooks are pretty good too because you just need to check school tools and an email. You don't need a high-powered computer, so that's been pretty successful. And we plan to continue that but we'll need to think about a replacement cycle for teacher devices as well as we move forward. And so there's just some numbers on the right-hand side about where they are, but they're in all other kind of buildings. So that's it.
And true, I guess regarding the replacement cycle for student Chromebooks, we have begun with assistance from our interim business administrator. We have been able to finance a nice replacement, beginning our replacement cycle for this coming school year, for the 22-23 school year, which will put us on the path to have a manageable replacement cycle going forward, an annual manageable replacement cycle.
Yeah, those of you on the board who have been here for a number of years, remember we bought like a ton of them in 1 year, and now they're aging out, so we're in a little bit of a transition here, and it will be in a better place over the next few years as we move forward with a more consistent, reliable path forward. As far as software is concerned, we've really done a lot to support this. We did not take away anything over the past 2 years that we've given to the teachers to learn about and grow with. So those remote learning days on Wednesdays for students last year, there were professional development days for teachers. We're very successful. Did a lot of training with those things. We are following the relatively recent law, a couple years old now, of Ed Law 2D about student privacy and data. We have vetted and approved about 128 of the requested apps and services that they've asked for, which I think is a considerable number. Many of them we purchase, some of them are free, and that's necessary for every app and service that teachers would like to use that involves student and personally identifiable information. So even like their email account is personally identifiable information. So I think 128 services, we have more than we need, and that's amazing that we can provide those services for our teachers. As we think about purchasing in the future, our software philosophy is really less about content delivery. We already have access to a lot of like online textbooks and great resources. So when we're paying for resources now, the philosophy is more about giving teachers tools instead of topics, sort of a way to think about it, and that they can then take those tools and leverage the Chromebooks and the activities, other technology, or just classroom activities for better, more relevant instruction. And one of the things that's really helped us is Classlink. It's our single sign-on solution, and that's where all of our apps and services are hosted. We also have a public portal there, so every parent can go online and look and see which apps and services are vetted by the school district. So if there's ever a question, they can look at that. That's on our website. And it's a great tool. It's a single sign-on. It integrates with the school tool. And it's really valuable, including some of the data that we can share today. All right, and so we're down a little bit from last year because of the pandemic. If you look at the teal line at the top, we were using Chromebooks much more. We had hybrid learning and that whole thing, kids at home, kids at school. We're actually on track for a lot of what that should be. If you look at the line, they almost parallel as far as the ebbs and flows of classroom use. And so there's a little bit, a couple of peaks and valleys, but when we talk to our Classlink representative for a school our size, she thinks that this is right on the money. And within this, we can really track some of the data of different services that we use. Just think about these login numbers of how many times kids at these different buildings have been logging into these portals. If we're talking about 169,000 times in GIS, we're really using these platforms a lot. So as far as where our investments are going into these software programs, they're really being utilized well across the district.
And that specifically the Classlink system will give us analytics on what software titles are being used more often than what might not be, so we can evaluate what's being used, what's not being used.
And we've made some cuts this year in our tech software budget, which we've already approved, but that we have addressed based on the usage through this platform. We also started a major classroom tech upgrade over last summer, and so we did the interactive panels like this one, different, more updated models for the classrooms, and you want to mention where we're at on that? How many did we deploy?
We deployed 75 on top of the 35 that we have already had, so probably 95% of our classrooms have been outfitted with interactive flat panel boards. There were some material issues that we ran into, but we are on our way to 100%, and they are widely used and appreciated and a very powerful classroom technology tool.
We've also begun in many cases just a computer refresh for teacher desktop computers, that kind of thing, which is more along the building initiative based on their need, but we support that as well. We started that pathway. We know that it's really valuable as one of the as legs in the school to support students is that involvement in the community is really valuable to us. Last year we had a community tech support page during the hybrid learning experience that we had 24 to 40 hours to respond to. Just as a quick reference, those are the number, almost 400 community tech support outreach tickets we answered last year. So pretty remarkable. Of course, a lot of that was Chromebook issues, Google Meet, a lot of things like that we were struggling with last year.
In September.
Yeah.
90%.
But that major drop off into this year in the red there, it either means that we really aren't having problems or we did a really good job. So I'm going to think it's the second one. We did a really good job answering all their questions and problems. But I know that also has fewer issues because they're not at home as much using the devices. That being said, we also began over the past 2 years a lot of parent support and training. Our PR director, Christina Gore, put out this awesome icon for a parent academy. We had a bunch of parents putting things out there, or not parents, we had teachers, librarians, other specialists, like putting information out there for families. It was not widely followed. So about 73 people showed interest. We had 3 people sign up. I don't know that somebody got caught up there. But about, so it's very few people were involved with that. We also opened up Otis, which I think had here's the calendar of some of those things. Just repeating at different times of day, trying to reach parents, remote options, trying to connect with them. And we did not see a lot of parent involvement, even though they said they wanted it, we did not have follow through. So that was something that we definitely worked towards and tried to retool a little bit as well. We continue this as a Board of Ed goal and as part of a goal of good instruction in general. And so I turnkeyed this a little bit to do many YouTube videos, tutorials to push out there. We put a lot of materials on our website with Christina Gore, and any requests that were made, we definitely made opportunities for people. We also pushed out an option called Otis. This is an educator's tool that we had. A lot of professional development happened on that. We publicized the parent portal for that. I had, I think, 6,000 licenses to this. They were free to us through our subscription, but I wanted to make sure that every parent, if there's 2 parents in a family, that everyone could have access to this. And we publicized this through the website, through social media, and you can see some of the numbers there. We had, this year we had 4 parents complete 1 to 3 courses. So these options are there. We're going to continue to serve the community for what they might need as things come up, but just to report to the board that they're not necessarily widely attended. That being said, over the summer, as part of the goals for this year, we know that we have some new things coming down the pipe. A return to the My School Bucks platform, maybe potentially the increase of a new transportation tool. We have a lot of things about back to school time that are going to be very valuable, sort of a parent packet to think about opening up back to school. So whether it's the Chromebook use forms or the maybe school handbooks or what have you, we're going to target this summer for some goals to reach out to parents again and to try and promote some things that they may need to know. So that will hopefully be well received in that as well. And as far as the other instructional pieces go, this is not necessarily fitting under our umbrella, but it does fit in a large part, is that we've done a lot with our STEAM initiative through the years. We have at GIS, they're using drones and virtual reality across other buildings as well. At the high school, I'm not sure where the status is, but I know that we were very close to submitting the final steps for a reevaluation of our drone lab grant that we had been awarded from a year or so ago. And we even have our social worker at CJ Hooker using virtual reality tools with students, which is just incredible to think about how they reach them. And this year we moved Project Lead the Way into the 6th grade. We're talking about expanding that with the summer for next year into 7th and 8th. And then that dovetails very nicely into our STEAM initiatives that are quite robust, with classes packing at the seams at the high school as well. The real value to this presentation that I want to share with you is actually a packet that I put at each of your tables before we sat down this evening. So I emailed the top 10 Google Classroom users in every building. So there's 40 people that I emailed, and I got a spattering of responses from different people. A lot of them weren't sure what I was looking for. But you had asked the question as we came to present tonight about how did this impact student achievement and classroom experiences. So there was no better way for me to do that than to just give you some anecdotal information from the community that we have of our teachers. And I don't need to really repeat all of that and put that in here on slides for us to read together, but I'd love for you to look at that. There's really incredible information in there from elementary teachers at the, kindergarten, first grade level talking about how putting access to information online for their families is just so convenient for them that they always have it, whether they're home, away, someone else's house, whatever it might be. The convenience factor of that to almost every teacher in the 7th grade has already had essentially a parent portal gradebook open through Google Classroom, and they have transparency in that with their students. To a health teacher at the high school talking about how it just really helped increase their social emotional learning lessons and in terms of emotional well-being and check-ins through quick forms and survey tools that were anonymous, or not anonymous, but private to her in the class. And so those things really spoke to me, some of the highlights, but you'll see there's a number of people from each building that I highlighted, and so you can peruse that, and maybe if you have questions about that, that's certainly something that we could revisit and discuss. But I think they're inspirational to think about that your investments in technology, both in the hardware, the software, the budget lines that we have, and the support that you have for people like Jim and myself, our teams, the TAs, and the people that we work with in the buildings. It doesn't go unnoticed by our students and our teachers. And I'm sure that parents can notify that too. I didn't get to survey parents, but if we talk about parents and their interaction with technology, their kids are doing some really cool stuff and coming home with experiences that they certainly never had growing up. And learning how to manage calendars and emails and dealing with those things that are going to help them be really future-ready students, which is really what we want to hope for and drive towards in the district.
We're seeing a return on investment.
Absolutely. So I think that's the end of our slideshow, but I wanted to just leave that open if you have any questions. I know we have a lot going on tonight, and we shared a lot.
I have just a quick question for BYOD, and my question is going to be around security.
Yes.
What are the requirements for somebody with their own PC coming on to our network?
They're not on our network. It's provided by us, but it's completely isolated from our production network. So they are authenticated by their Active Directory credentials. So actually there's a log of everybody who connects, but like I said, you cannot get onto anything on our production network via the BYOD connection.
Okay, but they're connecting to Active Directory, so that means they're hitting AD.
They're authenticating, yes, that is true.
I would just be careful. I'm just, this is great, believe me.
Yes.
This is awesome to see this, but just be careful. What happened in Monroe was a teacher's laptop infected them. They had a little bit more technology, homegrown stuff, but I don't know if there should be a policy requiring antivirus, things like that, before they come onto the network. The last thing you want to deal with is any type of virus or ransomware or anything like that that somebody brought in. Also for external sites that we're supporting, two-factor, has that crossed your mind?
Oh, yes. And there's already talk about it. John and I were talking with Classlink. There's actually multi-factor authentication component available right in our Classlink system. I've been talking to vendors about at Cisco. It's at Cisco, the latest and greatest
Duo,
thank you. And again, we are always enhancing our security. I have systems that are on the cusp of being implemented, the AMP and endpoint protection.
We're looking at this summer with our Gladiator Games program, because it's a small group of students, about trying to pilot taking the Chromebook interface instead of signing in with your Google credentials, signing in with our Classlink page, which will open up your Chromebook, and then that can offer two-factor authentication as well. As one portal, then you're into your stuff anyway, whether it's Google or Classlink.
you can do that with Duo also.
Yes, and Classlink supports Duo. That it could be seamlessly integrated. So.
Yeah, that's great. My only concern is with the BYOD stuff. You just don't know what's on there.
I agree. And we are aware of it and do everything we feel we can be doing. There's always more, but we keep everything that we can isolated and protect our network.
So the BYOD, they're logging in. I don't want to take up too much time, but they're just logging in through AD, but I'm sure there's a proxy, something in the middle.
Correct. Yes.
Before they log, they're not hitting AD directly.
Right. That's all set up in our Cisco wireless system.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you.
Question I have is 7 years ago when we started increasing the technology, when Dr. Coach first term here, we were working together on this, and we were struggling with buy-in from the teachers. How do you feel we are 7 years later?
It's definitely a cycle of ebb and flow. I think that, I think I worked 25/8 during the shutdown, instead of 24/7. And I think that has earned a lot of sort of teachers, not earned me anything, but earned teachers the respect and understanding of what the technology does for them. They really forced their hands in a lot of ways. And so that's a little bit of a blessing in that curse of the pandemic. This year, I think, has been an interesting challenge as we got back to normal and wanted to do hands-on things and paper-based things because we miss handwriting and tactile events, and we wanted to play games together in person, and so we saw a lot of screens stay closed at different times. And I don't think that's a bad thing. But I think that I think a lot of great teaching happened this year, but people saw that value added throughout their year of where that fit, right? And so it wasn't the only thing, it was a tool that they had. And I think that shows tremendous, tremendous teaching to be able to say, we're gonna use this today, we're not gonna use that today, and to make those choices as appropriate. I certainly think that some of the initiatives that we have could use some more support, but as far as saying like,
From the teachers or support?
when we have district initiatives, if there's a district initiative, perhaps we can rally behind that, and the vision work that Dr. Coates walked us through is going to help, I think, with that, what we expect to see in our schools. But we've been very autonomous, which has been good. But I think that we should have similar experiences when we leave a grade level, having one teacher and another, so that when we move on to the next grade level and we mix those pool of kids again, that they have a similar skill set as they move forward. Yeah. So there is a reality there, and we've done some work in the past. A few years ago, they still have it around. I built a K-5 skills checklist. At what grades something be introduced, something should be mastered, and et cetera down the line. Are introduced, developed, and mastered. So at what grade level?
You can track who's using it, right? You said you set up the top 10.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Do you report back to Mr. Carter to say who's not using it?
We certainly could look at that information, and we have.
I think that would be useful.
So we go through all of our data as far as use. This year primarily it was for the purchasing cycle of software because if you recall, our budget was pretty tremendous. Using Classlink, we can basically see anything that we need to see. Between Seesaw at the minimum, most of those K2, and Google Classroom for the majority, everybody's using something as far as the classroom management piece, Google Classroom. As far as, John, what's the most widely used that we looked at? Probably iExcel?
iExcel.
Yeah. We minimized the amount of accounts that we had because there were those who were asking, and not using it. So we hit a cut point. So we do monitor right down to that, let's say, granular level.
I think the concern would be, basically my concern is, level of learning experience throughout the grades moving forward, right?
So,
and our investment as a board and community putting into the program to make sure that we're getting what we're supposed to be.
absolutely.
That's just
And there's a lot of, besides the data, it takes a lot of time to look and say, well, yeah, this data indicates that, but tell me more about what you're doing. And those are hard and important conversations. They just take time.
Yeah, I think good collaboration between your team and Mr. Carter and Dr. Coates and really the administration. Because they got to get back to the teaching, right? Okay.
So as part of the philosophy that I shared before about purchasing too, I would just say that in getting tools, and software tools to elevate teaching, I'm hoping to see some teaching transform with, instead of just having, a document that you're writing, it could be handwriting, and you're typing it. Well, what are we doing that's creative and innovative and moving in those directions? But that is based on the skill set that's needed too. So I think that's a good goal.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you both.
So while we're waiting, I believe the next slide here is the creation of an updated guidance plan. I want to start by thanking Mr. Connell, our parent representative, who sat with us for over a month. So in front of you tonight is a first draft document of an updated guidance plan with some central themes without me reading verbatim. We obviously wanted to look at our college and career planning process. We wanted to look at making sure that we were trying to create additional opportunities for internships and vocations. And there's one other piece now, some fly out of my head, but I want to talk about some central themes that we saw as we started to work through this process. So we went directly back to directly back to some of what we were seeing on the state ed website, if you will, in terms of measurement. Because as we broke out into elementary and secondary themes, what we were seeing was, if we're going to evaluate our guidance plan, how do we know whether it's effective or not? And that was one of the greatest challenges I think the group had really to struggle with and grapple with. So out of that conversation came, okay, we've got so many goals on here, then how do we start to shrink the plan down so that we can actually achieve these pieces as we move forward? So consistent with what we were talking about in terms of the strategic plan, the teams work together to create a K-12 vision that hopefully you will see within the document as well. We really talked a lot about proper staffing, and of course we know that we added a guidance counselor to our K2 building this year, which will allow for continual services. Mr. Connell was very helpful in bringing in a lot of very purposeful and meaningful data about what post-secondary is seeing right now, some of the dichotomy, if you will, between some of our upper tier schools and perhaps some of your lower state schools in terms of enrollment and what they're looking for right now. We were very deliberate in conversations on the non-realms planning system. There's a monthly calendar towards the end of the document that you will see in terms of when different activities will be taking place. One of the pieces that we still have a lot of work to do on that we really didn't get to, that I don't know if that would be necessarily part of the guidance plan, but rather an actionable step on how to achieve some of those goals is looking into a dedicated college and career counselor position. And then again, I've had some great conversations with Ms. Jacob and Mr. Fedor about looking for expansion of opportunities within vocational programs. This is a 51-page document. I'm not going to go page by page with you tonight. I'm going to ask you to just spend some time before our next meeting, make sure that I have your questions answered, make sure that I get all the last formatting done. I noticed as a PDF to print it for you tonight, there were some formatting issues that I want to clean up at the same time. But the group really tried to embrace the overall this K-12 vision of what do we want our students to have access to, and how do we want them to prepare for life after Goshen. And one of the other big themes that came up in that conversation is don't start too late. Right now we start talking about this when they reach high school. These are conversations that need to start even earlier in middle school so that they know what academic pathways they're going to be headed towards. It has to become far more intentional and far more meaningful, and realistically we have to create the time for that to be able to happen. And systematically, with some of the changes that we're making here, we believe that we can achieve that. Again, this is the first read tonight. I will hope that with your approval and having had an opportunity to look over this 51-page document, that certainly before the end of the month we'll be able to adopt a new plan and be able to put it into use for next year. Mr. Carter, you sat in on a lot of those committees. Mr. Connell, I invite you to share anything perhaps that you want the board to know about. You sat in with all of our meetings that was important and relevant information.
I would just add that it was great to serve with the guidance staff, with the school administrators, some of the teachers in terms of thinking about the K-12 plan. And it was really, I think, informative for the teachers to think about the future of work. We had a conversation that really looked at what key data as to what are the current top 5 jobs. And if I were to say to you that a social media content manager, a person who's creating things in that particular area, a data scientist, if you were to think back 10 years ago, let alone 20 years ago, of the top 5 jobs, 4 of them didn't exist 5 years ago or 10 years ago. There's a lot of data in terms of what is it that we're preparing students for, and how do we bring that content about career into students' educational settings. And so we had really good conversations, and then the goals that the board will see, I think, are a lot more aspirational than what the goals were before. And so that was one of the common themes with the guidance team, was that we rewrote goals to be more aspirational and create opportunities for the district staff, the teachers, to really work towards those in ways that will deliver the best education for our learners.
Thank you for your expertise and for sitting in as our parent representative.
You're welcome.
Carter, anything else that any of our administrators have said?
The only thing that I would say, it really was a pleasure to listen to the conversations and be an active participant in those conversations. I kind of bounced around from group to group, and everybody worked really hard. A lot of people have many perspectives to share, and I think that's very valuable. So I think all in all, the plan will be a very good plan. It'll be a plan with longevity and something to build on in the future for sure.
I think it's important, this is one of the more important goals we have, because it's probably the one that's come up the most as being the most efficient over the years. Pretty accurate, right? And not that our counters are deficient or anything, this may be our plan. And I think what I'd like to stress to the group, moving forward, the communication of this. I think that's probably been, to the top of the list of issues from parents. As a family son that really went through and graduated, it definitely was real. So it wasn't something like that. So I think this is important, as Mr. Collins said, things that we were looking at maybe 10, 15 years ago are no longer what we're looking at. So I think that's also good timing by us to be sure.
And I think you'll see at the end of the document, we really try to, I shouldn't say we group did all the work, right? Who's just there to facilitate. They scripted out a calendar, but that was a central conversation, especially the secondary team. It was really, there are some things that we do that we're just not communicating well. And it was an acknowledgement that we need to do better on that. Doesn't like me, so that's There we go. Okay, beginning this year, the policy committee of the Board of Education began meeting to look at our facilities use policy and our facilities use fee schedule, and how we want to move forward with allowing for usage of every part of our facility, from our fields, to our classrooms, to our auditorium, to our art rooms. There's some very good work that the policy committee began. I don't think we have a good recommendation to close out this goal, and I would strongly suggest the board consider moving this goal into the 22-23 school year, because I think, again, the Board of Education and the community have made some great investments in our facilities. We want to make sure that we're allowing for appropriate and good use of our facilities, but we're also protecting our facilities at the same time. And finally, we had spent a lot of time looking into how do we make improvements to air quality throughout the district, making use of resources that we have available. We know that the board did adopt a proposal to put before the public at budget time, which did pass with community support. And that project is now preparing to move forward. Specifically with the resources that we have available, we will be addressing Scott Stone Avenue first, but with the vision and the goal of moving through the buildings as funding is available. So most of the goals that the board set for themselves for this year, we were able to work together with the administration to achieve those goals. Again, looking specifically at the facilities use policy as one that we would want to carry forward, and then hopefully, like I said, at the last meeting, I will ask the board to meet in June to adopt the updated guidance policy, the guidance plan rather, that we will have achieved all but one of the goals that, again, I would suggest we move forward. The other side of the conversation that I think is important for the board to have awareness of as we move towards a new school year that will hopefully start with no implementation of COVID protocols, no implementation of anything different, where do our students stand? I asked Mr. Carter to spend a great amount of time with our principals and directors, really specifically looking at student outcome. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to him now. And I want to reiterate what I shared earlier with the board. One of our greatest struggles was, what is good data to compare? You can't go back 1 year, can't go back 2 years, so we actually have to go back several years to get a good baseline year. You're going to see those comparisons, and if metrics are a good thing to look at, you're going to see some positives tonight. You're going to see some concerns on things that we definitely need to address. There's some attendance concerns. There's things that we definitely want to take a look at. But as far as academics, if the data is speaking truly, our students really weathered the storm pretty well. That's not to mean that there's not work to be done, but we didn't see any huge delta. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Carter to get started. I'll invite our building administrators and directors to come up and work with us. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Carter. Thank you.
All right, so as we all get set up, briefly I'll mention that although the 21-22 school year is somewhat normal for us, I would ask you to keep in mind that at numerous times throughout the school year, we have had students who have had remote learning opportunities that have been district approved simply for illness, mostly related to COVID. There have been some extreme circumstances where we've also had students district approved for an illness not related to COVID. So I would ask that you keep that in mind. Also keep in mind that with 4 grade levels at the high school, the attendance there being larger, many of the items that we'll share, the high school does have a larger role in the overall percentages that we'll go through. Okay? So again, everything that we've done is to compare 2018-19, which would have been the last full-scale opportunity for our students prior or pre-pandemic. And in red, you have 21-22. So for this overall district-wide attendance, we put everything together from our level 1 data dashboard right off of the attendance dashboard. Principals have looked closely at it. We were able to combine everything, and what you have in front of you is the actual data as of, I believe, last Friday. So if you'd like to start, Ms. Meese?
Sure. As far as the first 3, like late arrivals, excused, and unexcused absences, we didn't really see much of a change. If anything, some of those went down actually for Scotchtown Ave. Chronic absenteeism was up. Of course, it's always a concern, even pre-pandemic. You know, we had a lot of talks when I came on board. You know, how to really address those kids that that does affect. There was a bit of a jump there, but we all know remote learning was not ideal for our littlest learners. So through quarantines and such, they just did not engage as much remotely. So they were, internally marked absent a lot, but not really through any fault of their own. We know our littlest ones want to be in school for the most part, so we're just addressing that going forward, how to address the chronic absenteeism.
At GIS, a lot of it was very similar. We did see some increases certainly in the chronic absenteeism. A lot of those, as we reached out with our core team to have conversation with families, were related to the pandemic. So again, it's 18 days or 10% is chronic absent. We've had kids that were quarantined for 10 days at the beginning of the year. That's halfway there already. So by the time you get to the end of the year and we hit spring, the flu outbreaks and just normal illnesses, and now we got allergies going crazy. We've seen a lot of students out, but we've been hovering overall around 95% present at GIS.
So for CJ Hooker, it's pretty much the same. We did see a bit of a spike, mostly from the pandemic. We did have a lot of remote learners.
some of them signing in, some of them were just late arrivals signing into class late, or being dropped off later on, their parents picking them up or dropping them off late. Most of it also, just to piggyback, we had a lot of COVID cases, more than one. For some of the kids, we had duplicates. A lot of kids that had to be sent home because they had symptoms. So all of that goes in, and also with the 10% rate, what Dr. Letters was saying, we also saw in the middle school, once you hit that 10%, if they go out more than once, you're already way over the number that we would be normal.
Is there a way to get maybe more granular? Is this more September through like December? Or?
This is September 1 to
I'm
last
saying,
Friday.
is most of these probably happening in the first part of this year, you think, or?
So we could probably track that if we were able to plot it all out,
That's why they got
even
better.
monthly.
That's why they got better.
We could
You don't
try our
have
best.
to. Yeah.
There were bumps, I know, certainly January right after the break, and then just recently there's been a bump and an increase
Really?
because of the flu.
All of the breaks too, even with the spring break, we saw it.
Thank you.
So the numbers at Goshen High School have certainly climbed. Some of them have doubled. I think it's important to note that the way that we calculated this to get a percentage for the first three is based on the total opportunities for all students to attend or to be late or to be with an unexcused absence and so on. So those percentages, those values are based on the overall opportunity, if you will. Whereas the chronic absenteeism is the number of students and their percentage of the overall population. So we did put it on one slide. What you see for chronic absenteeism, again, those that are missing 18 or more days, some with COVID excuses. That number went from 375 in 18-19 to 659 in the district in 21-22. And again, that's over last Friday. So high school numbers have gone up. That's your largest population and probably your largest contributor to the increases. Moving on to total referrals, what we're speaking of here would be your discipline referrals. If you just want to talk briefly from the building level, maybe some numbers if you have them.
Sure, so looking at SAS, I forgot to calculate the ratio to do that, but just looking at total referrals for the year, 18-19 was 154, but then this year down to 131. Looking at it, top it kind of looks almost the same. We have, we're not quite to the end of the year, but just about there. But also we have fewer students this school year than we did that school year. So it really hasn't changed much. But
So we'll get into the infraction text in the next
yeah,
slide.
sure, that's okay. Yeah.
Kind of similar to GIS, the numbers are pretty much identical if you take the number of students has decreased. The only thing we certainly have seen is an increase in overall kind of referrals surrounding the social cues and maturity level of the students at these ages. I think with the remote learning, students didn't get as much of that social, how to deal with conflict with their peers, and that conflict's not really the end of the world, it's just an opportunity. So we have a lot more of that than we used to.
We don't track that.
And CJ Hooker?
CJ Hooker, we doubled, but some of it really has to do with a lot of the social piece. We also doubled down, so in 18-19, to give you an example, we may have not been, teachers may have not been writing referrals that were happening in the hallways or items that they may have not at that moment prior to the pandemic thought were something that would be a referable disciplinary action or something to that extent. This year, we pretty much doubled down on anything that was out of the ordinary because of, it could have been anything, whether it was a social cues or not knowing how to behave in the hallway or just talking back to the teacher, anything like that. we did have the teachers write them up, so that's part of why it has doubled. We had a couple, our major infractions, we had only a couple more than we did in 18-19. And so our minor infraction number went up also because that would be some of that lunchroom behavior, all of those social areas, the hallways, where the teachers were really diligent and at the doors and watching, so they were able to see some more. That's why I'm just going to
And at the high school, we've seen what appears to be a significant decrease of approximately just over 400 referrals to date, coming down from over 600 to sitting just over 200 again to date at the high school. Our total numbers would be 957 for the entire school year, 18-19, and again to date 882 district-wide. So then we broke it down a little further. So total referrals broken down by minor, major, and those resulting in a superintendent's hearing. If you don't mind, I'll just speak to this quickly. So our minor infractions went from approximately 97% in 18-19 to approximately 95, maybe 95.5% of the infractions being minor this year. Our major infractions, right around the same, 6%, 6.25, 6.25, down to 6.01, so again, roughly the same. And our superintendent's hearings have gone from 1% to just over 4.5%. So currently 4.5% of our infractions are resulting in superintendent's hearings. Now, I would also remind you that you rarely, if ever, see a superintendent's hearing coming out of your K-5 population. Doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. You do see it sometimes at the middle school. Most of what you're seeing on this board is from a high school population. Doesn't mean it's like that every year. So then we looked into students receiving academic intervention services, and remember, we do our Title I outreach yearly. We hold our Title I orientations or AIS orientations. We do have our stakeholder committee groups. We do entertain parent referrals. Of course, we have RTI and NTSS, which is where we're going. We've got student referrals and so on, child study teams that find that there is a need. So in 18-19, we're showing what I think is a reasonable increase from 21-22 coming out of what we came out of. Building level, would you like to just discuss your number briefly?
Yeah.
It's okay, I can assist.
No, I can jump in a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have the specific
We don't have-
numbers,
yeah.
but the idea here is that we've certainly seen an increase in Tier 1 instruction happening. That's in the classroom. There's a lot more small interventions just being put in place as needed. That's not really represented up here. This is like Tier 2 and 3. But we are relying more on our MAP scores. We're relying on benchmark testing to try to determine what students are in this. We've certainly seen the need for more students to be in, but we've also increased at least at GIS, the monitoring status. So we quickly are moving students out of direct Tier 2 and 3 and just kind of monitoring as needed. We'll move them in and out of interventions a little bit more fluidly. So if a student comes into a monitoring and they're struggling again, we put them right back in. So those numbers show up in this overall, even if they just stay in monitoring, those numbers are there. So we're certainly seeing a little bit more of that part.
And I apologize, I actually have the numbers because I ran one solid report. We weren't able to break it out. Sorry for that.
That's okay.
So 18-19, we had 637 students receiving academic intervention services, and in 21-22, we're at 727 currently. I would also mention that we have not increased the number of AIS teachers and teaching assistants in our district, and we are taking on more, doing as much as we possibly can with what we have. I think our crew is doing a great job, and as we move further into our academics, hopefully we'll realize that as well. Our next slide is our total Cse referrals. So I'll let Dr. Hendershot take over on this one.
Sure. So first glance, looking at the 18-19 school year and comparing it to the 21-22 school year, you see a bit of a decrease. However, we did use the cutoff at the end of May for this school year. So the 21-22 school year doesn't account for 18 additional referrals to CSE that have come in since that cutoff date. So as of right now, the current data is showing that we had 82 referrals to CSE in the 18-19 school year. And if we are not to receive any more referrals to CSE before the end of the school year, we'll be at about 90 for the 21-22 school year. And that is pretty consistent across the past 5 years. That's where our numbers have been. Where there has been a shift is in our classification rates and ineligibility, as well as the number of referrals that have been withdrawn. So Mr. Carter, if you'd like to go to the next page, you can.
I just have a question. Are those building level referrals, parental referrals, or both?
The majority of our referrals are parent referrals. So within the comparison of the 18-19 school year to the 21-22 school year, I'll speak first about the 18-19 school year. We had 82 referrals during that school year. Of those, 44% of the referrals, about 36 students, were found eligible for CSE services, and 43%, about 35 students, were found ineligible. Of those total referrals that were made to CSE, 13% of them were withdrawn. So with the withdrawal, just to explain that briefly, a parent may change their mind about a CSE referral. They may not consent to the referral, so therefore it's considered withdrawn because we don't move any further on that evaluation. In looking at the 21-22 school year using the May cutoff numbers, at this time we have, of the referrals so far this year to CSE, about 23% of the referrals, 17 students, have been found eligible for services. 53%, about 38 students, were found ineligible, and 17 students at 24% of the referrals were withdrawn. And again, this does not include, there's 18 referrals pending that we're still evaluating. Also, just wanted to mention too, in here, although it doesn't show it, our declassification in the 18-19 school year, we had 29 students who were declassified, and in the 21-22 school year, so far to date, 33 students have been declassified.
And now on to 504 referrals.
So we've seen a shift in referrals for 504. In the 18-19 school year, there were 30 referrals to the 504 committee. In the 21-22 school year, we're currently at 45. But as I mentioned before, with the CSE referrals, we have collected this data up until the end of May. There's currently 10 referrals that are still pending that we are evaluating from now until the end of the school year. In breaking down the referrals a little bit further, we found that during the 18-19 school year, of those 30 referrals, 77%, about 23 students, were found eligible. 17% were found ineligible, and 7% of the referrals were withdrawn. Throughout the 21-22 school year, we've seen an increase in eligibility. 89% to date have been eligible for 504, approximately 40 students. 9%, about 4 students, have been ineligible, and 2% of the referrals have been withdrawn. And I'll just briefly comment on the referrals. What we have seen is a high number of students who have had a diagnosis of anxiety or ADHD, which could be coupled with the fact of coming back from the pandemic, back within the classroom. But we are seeing a high number of students who are being diagnosed with the generalized anxiety, some school phobia as well. So we've been really working hard with our clinicians as far as bridging that home to school return for some of the students who really have struggled to be back into the classroom with 5 days per week with a large number of students within the class.
And now we move on to our caseloads for counseling. So in Goshen, regarding school counselors, Goshen Intermediate School has a school counselor that actually does do true IEP mandated counseling, whereas the other three buildings, Scotchtown not having a full-time counselor, and then the middle school and the high school, they do not really get into the IEP mandated counseling, but rather they focus on discretionary because the social workers and the psychologists pick up most of the IEP mandated counseling. So I'll let our building level speak to that. We all have numbers, and then I'll do an overall recap of the numbers for you, okay? Nancy?
Sure, as far as SAS goes, the mandated caseload pretty much stayed the same. It's increased a little bit, but not by much. It's like 47 between social worker and psychologist, 47, 18 in the 18-19 school year, and then it's like 57, so it's like 10 more students. We had something else.
GIS certainly has had an increase in discretionary counseling. That piece of it is certainly, even for a week at a time, because students are struggling socially with their peers. But overall, there has been an increase in counseling needs as well at GIS.
Yeah, discretionary counseling is the piece I was going to also.
And for the middle school, the same, we've used a lot of discretionary, we've used crisis counseling. So that could up anyone, whether it be the school psychologist, which it usually goes to, sometimes the school social worker, and as well as our actual counselors that we have. So even though our numbers, they show the number that they see, they do take on some of the crisis or the mental health, or just in that moment, they might see them for a week, they might do a couple weeks, they might do check-in connects in the morning, in the afternoon, those types of things. So we've added that, so our numbers show that as well, but it doesn't give you the true representation of what we're doing.
At the high school, again, the school counselors, they focus on a lot of discretionary counseling. Their numbers are pretty consistent, 95 in 18-19 to 93 in 21-22. I know in speaking with the counseling team at the high school, they do a good job of checking in with their students that they know need check-ins and additional students. And they are providing more of what we would consider to be those tier 3 services, if you will. There's students in large need, and we're really focusing on that daily. So again, 95 to 93, whereas the school social worker and the psychologist, again, with IEP mandated counseling, the social worker has gone up from 38 to 70 on the caseload, and the school psychologist has gone from 26 to 28. So now district-wide, overall caseloads, school counselors in 18-19 handled 203, whereas this current year to date, 211. School social workers, 18-19, 117, 21-22, 162. And our school psychologists, 96 to 112. So certainly an increase in those needs and services.
Let's just count the mandated counseling services, not the crisis.
So
right?
the school counselor is a little different because only Chris Howard has the mandated at GIS.
Okay.
So, the largest majority of those numbers of the school counselor realm are discretionary. Is that good for that?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So now we break it into, the overall caseload and breaking it by position down to percentages. So 49% in 2018-19 went to the school counselor, but again, remember, a large part of those numbers is discretionary. Dropping to 44% this year, school social worker, a rise from 28% to 33% of the overall caseload. And I actually have school psychologists just a few decimal points, or just a few tenths away, if you will, hovering right around 23% both years. Now we get into our academics, and our main markers here will be our NWEA at the K-8 and in 9-12, conversion to percentile in star reading and star math. if you look at blue, red, yellow, probably the easiest way to break it down, for lack of better phrases in terms of the moment, I would say below average, average, potentially above average. So we'll look at what our students have done. I also want to keep in mind that we brought in NWEA in 2018 and then brought in STAR through Renaissance for reading and math at high school again in 2019. So although they are two separate programs, we are able to go through standard conversion to make it all work within these percentiles. And our building levels have the actual numbers to share with you. So Nancy, if you don't mind.
Sure, so for SAS, from that little bit, from the 18th to 82nd percentile, there was a little bit of a shift, going from like 65% down to approximately 58%, which wasn't too bad. The 0 to 17% did rise about 14 to about, so it rose about 7% from about 14% to about 21. And then that above average, like 83 to 100 percentile, going from about 24% down to 12%. We certainly are addressing the learning gaps due to the pandemic, but a lot of it is the last 2 years, the incoming kindergarten classes, much less school ready. I mean, the readiness skills, just haven't been there because they have a lot less preschool experience. Preschool's either being closed or parents keeping their kids home and not them having that preschool experience. So we certainly have seen readiness issues, but they certainly go back to, you can talk about the AIS, they're really implementing a lot of interventions, things in class, the class time to address that, as well as the AIS providers, even taking kids like the early arrival kids before the actual school day starts, fitting in groups there wherever they can to try to speed up just closing the gaps that we've seen.
Yeah, GIS, our average students in the middle there went from 75 to 68%. The lowest, the below average, went from 11%, actually decreased to about 10.5%, so about a 0.5% decrease. And we actually did see an increase in our highest level from 12.5% in 18-19 to about 14.5% in 21-22 for reading. Just trying to take a guess as to why we actually saw a little bit of an increase, I think was the staff jumping on so many of the programs and really utilizing so many of the reading programs that were available to us digitally. Additionally, literacy, I think, was a little bit easier. And I don't want to minimize what they did, but it's a little easier to teach remotely because the students could still work independently. And we know from research, the more a student reads, the better they become at reading. So our teachers really embraced that idea.
So for the middle school, ours fluctuated a little bit also. We went from 73% to about 64%. And then our blue percentile, we were at 16%, and now we're about 14%. So like how Dr. Coates had said earlier, we fluctuate, but our kids still did a pretty good job for being out on the remote. Some of the things that we saw that tie into this is obviously some of the attendance, some of the students not wanting to come to school during these testing dates. That did play into it a little bit, just some of the test anxiety. So we're working with our numbers, with our AIS as well, to break it down and chunk it and see who needs to go in or who needs to be monitored, who needs extra services. One thing that I didn't get to say on the other slide that ties into this is with some of these numbers that we've been looking at all year, we have used our AIS providers during Flex and Study Hall to pull out some of our kids and give them extra time to work on as well. So we're hoping that our third test, which is the final one, will give us a little bit more of the boost and get us up to the numbers that we want to be at.
And then at Goshen High School, we've seen an increase from approximately 27.5% at the lowest measures. But I apologize. We've seen a decrease from 12.9 to 9% from 21 to 22. Again, I apologize, my numbers are a little off here. There's an increase in the number of students.
have to go.
Can we just take a nap? Sorry. Does anybody mind? Just 5
We
minutes.
go 12, if we go 12:01, we're getting through it.
Give us the short version.
I'll give you the short version. So,
I'm glad I didn't say that. Sorry.
27.44% to 38.92% in the 18 to 82 percentile. And then we're moving to 59.62 to 52.06. And then in our lowest, 12.93 to 9.03. So overall, district-wide, I know that we're showing increases in the 0 to 17 range. And of course, we would rather avoid that. But I do believe that in our middle and our upper, we're holding our own, all things considered, and this is a large span in between. I do believe that if we really pull out individuals and look at it very, very closely, there are probably many fence sitters with a little extra boost that would probably jump a level, which would really help us out. This is a test that's given minimum 3 times per year. If we have students that attend our summer programs, we'll get a baseline measure on them and an ending. So obviously some of our students will wind up taking that 5 times in a year, and that will give us more data on some of our more at-risk students.
What is the opt-out?
So that's a great question. Just as we
What are we
receive,
looking at here? We don't even know what we're looking at.
well, I have numbers for you of those tested.
Okay, how many are opting out, and how many don't know the student?
Well, we do know who opts out because the buildings will be notified.
You
that
don't
they're-
know, you don't know your number, and you completely different with that more students. Or students each is their own.
Understood, gotcha.
But I don't understand, I don't see the validity of what we're looking at here.
So let me get to the number of students that participated, it'll give you a lens of how many actually participated in the test.
So 18-19 to 21-22 at Scotstown, it was 593 tests to 509 tests. GIS, between 2 years, 655 to 562. And again, as Mr. Pucci is saying, there may be many that would score in the 83 to 100th percentile. There may be many who would be in 0 to 17. I don't necessarily know that.
But the point of the data there, we're not looking at 50, we're not even looking at 25% opt-out. Our opt-out numbers for these assessments are low. So this data is fairly reliable.
Can I just jump in on that too? Some of the data when we pulled it, there were still a handful of students that hadn't taken the test for this year. So in 18-19, we had 662 students and 661 took it. And this year, it's like I was at 604 students, 571 took it, and I think I had a class and a half that hadn't finished yet. So it's very, we don't really get many opt-outs per se.
You get higher as you get.
Participation.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying, does it get higher, the opt-out get higher than the secondary? Or-
Basically, you have.
So actually, Goshen High School had 997 tests given this year, which is very close to their overall population.
So our participation is not bad, so again, the reliability of what we're looking at is pretty high.
Can I strike my comment from that? Take that out of the minutes? I want to see that in a minute.
Okay, let's move on to math. So again, all things considered, these are the numbers represented by at least 3 tests. Nancy?
Sure. So for SAS, again, that the middle 18 to 82% was very minimal change, like 4%, went from 62 to 66 this year, so actually increased. The below average also increased a little bit, and then the by about 4%, and then the above average went from 15% previously to about 8% this time, but pretty much for the same reasons. Just the readiness skills and the remote learning, especially with the math, not being able to have those hands-on manipulatives, and that they really
do need, because no matter how, and coming from a math background, no matter how great the virtual manipulatives and such are, it does not replace having those, being able to physically move them, especially for your kinesthetic learners. So those are the same things that we're kind of looking at.
Yeah, the GIS, our average students pretty much stayed the same at about 75% of our students right in the middle. Unfortunately, our below average students increased about 6 percentage points, and we pretty much lost that from our high achieving students. Certainly some of the feedback I've seen and gotten from the staff is the use of hands-on math strategies really did suffer through the pandemic. Automaticity and a lot of that type of practice, and more even getting to project lead the way we weren't able to do a lot of the hands-on projects that build those analytical skills. So we saw a significant hit on math through the pandemic.
We had the same at the middle school. That middle area was pretty much the same, from 71% to 72%, so that wasn't terrible on the middle. But we experienced the same as GIS. The feedback that I got also was the same thing, not being able to use the manipulatives, not being in front of the kids and being able to show them different ways to work out the higher order math problems. So our numbers did dip, just like they did in ELA. We're still continuing to work on it.
And at the high school, we've almost doubled the amount of students performing the lowest level. We've dropped a few percentage points, roughly 2, those performing on average levels. And we've gone from approximately 29% to 13% of those performing at the 83 to 100. So district-wide overall, comparing the 2 years, 0 to 17 would be 16 up to 25%. 18 to 82 would be right around the same, 65 and 64. And our 83rd to 100 would be 19 to 11. 19 to 11. So again, we certainly have work to do, but I don't believe that we're extremely disappointed, all things considered.
Could I just add that this kind of correlates to what we saw with the AIS numbers? So because these numbers have shifted in the way they did, our AIS numbers increased. So it's pretty comparable.
The next slide. So we tried very hard to highlight electives for you and those participating in the electives. So of course, this is predominantly Goshen High School. So we've gone from 37 electives in 18-19 to approximately 80 currently. And our course participants have gone from 1,441 to approximately 1,847, which is great. We want a robust elective offering in our catalog. We want our students to stay in school, take more. So I believe we're on path. We're offering, for instance, super sports management, entrepreneurship, multicultural literacy and composition, critical health issues. These are all new. We're hoping to continue to expand. I know Dr. Coates and I have talked at length, especially Dr. Coates, talking at length about our physical education elective offerings. We're looking to increase as much as we can in every way possible. So I think we're showing an increase in the number of electives, and we're showing an increase in participants, which I'm really pleased with, again, in 21-22, coming out of the pandemic. Next. Clubs and activities. So we were really looking to provide you with a number of clubs and activities, and also the number of participants that would be a non-duplicated count. Just honestly ran into a little bit of problem with retrieving some of that data. It's something that I think we can still work on, but it's an awful lot to disaggregate at the moment, and we just couldn't do that this afternoon with what we have remaining. So I will tell you, district-wide, we did have 61 clubs and activities in 18-19. We're currently offering 112. So the number of clubs and activities has expanded and will continue to expand. You'll also see in the upcoming slide our athletics, which is also showing expansion. So again, It's our goal to provide more opportunities for our students to stay and participate, and I believe we're doing that. And I know that our unduplicated accounts will probably be great. So as soon as we can get that, we'll send that to you. So again, 61 up to 112 clubs and activities offered district-wide. And now we'll move into athletic participation with Mr. Chiaffi.
Coming in on the red. 2018 we had a total of 707 student athletes compared to 2021-22, which was 774. Mr. Carter talked about the duplications. That's individuals, that's without the duplications. If you look at total rosters in terms of participation, counting 2 and 3 sport athletes, 18-19 we had 1,101. In 21-22 we had 1,255. So there was a considerable increase, especially in the middle school. We went up 30% from 2018-19 to 21-22. 2018-19 we had 171 in the middle school participate. That's counting 1 sport, 2 sport, 3 sport athletes. And in 2021-22 we had 248. So that's about 30% increase. Part of that was due to starting modified boys and girls lacrosse and adding 2 cheerleading squads at the high school from 18-19 to 21-22. We did it all.
Where's your next one? This is the overall percentage of students participating. So 43 to 45, again showing a small increase, and that will come up. It's overall percentage of student population participating. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Chairman?
No, I think everything's on the rise. The total participation level is really good. I think the coaches do a good job of recruiting in terms of getting, especially in middle school, having teacher coaches recruit student athletes, and we seem to be retaining the high school athletes and hopefully retaining the coaching staffs as a constant measure of stability and accomplishment.
Recruiting from our student population. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and that will conclude our report, presentation. We'd like to thank all those sitting at the table. It was a lot of hard work to retrieve that, put it into our format. It's a good collaborative effort, and I appreciate it, so thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
So waiting patiently this evening, we have had several vacancies in our administrative leadership team, and I'm pleased to share with those still in attendance and with our board. We've selected 2 new leaders to join our team, and I know will be great assets, not only based on what they completed during the interview process, but also what I heard from calling their references and learning more about what they've accomplished in their previous districts. So I'll start to my right first. It is my great pleasure to introduce to the board Ms. Suganatos. Mrs. Suganatos will come to us from the Washington Central School District currently, but is a longtime resident of the Goshen School District. We've had the pleasure of working together in the Cornwall School District and the Goshen together. And Mrs. Suganatos will be serving as our 10-month assistant principal. So Mrs. Suganatos, welcome.
Thank you. Looking forward to working with you.
And to my left, joined by her husband Charlie this evening, is Mrs. Kristen Driscoll. Kristen will be coming to us from currently the Wappinger Central School District, and to quote her current superintendent, "Don't do it. You're stealing something really great that came to us." And I think the follow-up conversations that I had with her fellow administrators and actually with some of her clinical staff that works in her building really echoed that. We're truly excited for her to come on July 15th and begin serving as our new principal of Scotstown Avenue Elementary School. So welcome to you both. We look forward to having you. And if you didn't like data, I bet you really don't like it after tonight's presentation. Thank you.
Who doesn't like data? Okay, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Need a motion? Jeremy and Tom. Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education accepts the retirement of Joseph Salma, mechanic, effective June 30, 2022. Mr. Salma has been with the district for 10 years. Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the remainder of the consent agenda as presented. All in favor? Opposed? There is no old business. We'll go to new business, 12.1. Need a motion to approve the minutes. JHM. Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the minutes for the May 18th, 2022 board workshop and regular board meeting. All in favor? Opposed? 12.2, appointment of the new Goshen High School assistant principal. Need a motion? Allison and Mike. Can I call you Stephanos' mom, or no? In case I mess this up, you know? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education appoints Denise Suganatos.
Thank you. Perfection.
Good job. I've been practicing for 4 hours. 10-month assistant principal at the Goshen High School at a gross salary of $9,000, effective September 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. The tenure date of September 1st, 2026, and the tenure area of 10-month assistant principal. Ms. Suganatos has professional chemistry 7 through 12, professional chemistry 5 through 9, professional childhood education 1 through 6, and initial school building leader certifications. Ms. Suganatos is filling a newly created position. All in favor? Opposed? Congratulations. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. 12.3, appointment of the Scotstown Avenue Elementary School principal. Any motion? Jeremy? Allison? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education appoints Kristen Driscoll, principal, Scotstown Avenue Elementary School, effective July 15, 2022, at a gross salary of $142,500, prorated, with a tenure date of July 15, 2026, in the tenure area of principal. Ms. Driscoll has professional childhood education 1 through 6, professional early education birth through grade 2, professional school building leader certifications. Ms. Driscoll is replacing Robert Henry Stephen. All in favor? Opposed? Congratulations. You don't have to hang in us if you don't want to. Maureen burying me here tonight. 12.4, appointment of acting principal of Goshen High School. Motion. Shannon and Tom. Be it resolved in the event that Miss Jennifer Martin, principal of Goshen High School, is not physically at the high school and or at school events one or more days or portions thereof during the 2021-22 school year, that Dr. Curtis Coates, superintendent of schools, be appointed acting principal of Goshen High School. All in favor? Opposed? Slap him on the back and so on his way. 12.5. Approve execution of stipulation of settlement and tax tertiary refund. Any motion? Tom? Allison? Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes attorneys Shaw, Carlson, May, and Lambert, LLP, to execute the stipulation of settlement in a tax tertiary proceeding captioned Seneco ENT LLC versus Town of Walkville and Goshen Central School District. Be it further resolved that the board authorizes the refund of taxes as required by the terms of the stipulation of settlement. Be it further resolved that in order to fund said tax tertiary judgment refund, budgetary appropriations for the 21-22 school year shall be increased from code A1964.400, and that the tax tertiary judgment refund amount be transferred to the general fund budget from the tax tertiary reserve as the offsetting source of revenue. All in favor? Opposed? 12.6. Approve the 12-month employee holiday calendar for 22-23. Any motion? Billy? Mike? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the 12-month employee holiday calendar for the 2022-23 school year as presented, pending CSEA negotiations. All in favor? 12.7, approve employment-related separation agreements. Any motion? Billy? Anything else? Be resolved that the board hereby approves an employment-related separation agreement by and between the district and employee number 061322 dated June 6, 2022. All in favor? Opposed? 12 night, approve overnight trip for the football team to Pennsylvania. Any motion? Mike and Jeremy? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the overnight trip for the football team to attend a camp at Belledrill University in Pennsylvania on July 25th through 27th, 2022. Most importantly, be further resolved, the board reserves the right to cancel or reschedule any school-sponsored trip or activity in the event of any emergency condition outside of the control of the school district in its sole discretion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. 12.9, authorize, is there a motion to authorize? District to extend participation in the Cooperative Transportation Services. Any motion? Allison and Jim. Whereas the Goshen Central School District participated in the Cooperative Student Transportation Services between Orange, Ulster BOCES, and Quality Bus Service for the 21-22 school year. And whereas the terms and conditions of the cooperative bid allow for the extension and or modification of the scope of service. And whereas Orange, Ulster BOCES, and Quality Service agreed to extend the contract for a 2-month period, July 21-22 through August 31-22. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Goshen Central School District authorizes the district to extend its participation in the cooperative contract for transportation services between Orange, Ulster BOCES, and Quality Bus Service, LLC, for the period from July 1st, 22 through August 31st, 22, in accordance with the rates and terms of service referenced in the extended cooperative bid. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 12.10, schedule reorg meeting. I know welcoming our new members next year, Tom and Brett. So I'm looking forward to it. Okay, good. Do we want to throw in the 27th here while we're doing this? That's me.
won't be here. Actually, I'm not here, so we have 4 people with myself. I'll be here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. June 27th. I'm going to add the reorg meeting in June 27th here. Do I have a motion? I need a motion. Tom? Mike? Be resolved, the Board of Education schedules the annual reorganization meeting for July 11th, 2022, and a newly created regular board meeting June 27th, 2022. All good? Okay. You're right. Put that into the record. 12.11. Motion for 12.11, declaration of emergency remediation of Scotchtown Ave Elementary School, steam pipe installation. Billy? Check. Whereas the district has discovered the pipe, this is what you're getting into, by the way. Whereas the district has discovered the pipe installation in the steam pipe tunnels beneath the Scotchtown Avenue School in the Goshen Central School District is significantly damaged. Whereas the steam piping is wrapped in insulation that contains or is assumed to contain asbestos, based on prior history and AHERA reports. And approximately 100 square feet of the steam tunnels are contaminated with asbestos. And whereas Quest observed and documented approximately 250 linear feet. Jamming, right? I guess not. Of mold growth on the insulation, whereas in the opinion of the district's architects, land, the environmental hazard discovered in the steam tunnels below the instructional spaces warrants an urgent response and immediate action in order to limit damage to and preserve district property, as well as to ensure health and safety. And whereas the board is empowered to determine that the expense of these activities is an ordinary contingent expense within the meaning of 2023 of the New York State Education Law and 170.2 subsection 1 of the regulations of the Commissioner of Education, that the project constitutes an emergency within the meaning of 103 of the General Municipal Law to allow for the abatement and remediation, including air testing and monitoring activities, to be approved by the State Education Department on an expedited basis. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby determines and declares that the cost of the abatement and remediation of the piping at Scotchtown Avenue School, including air testing and monitoring, and incidental costs and expenses, constitute an ordinary contingent expense within the meaning of 2023 of the Education Law and 170.2 subsection 1 of the regulations of the Commissioner of Education, and constitutes an emergency within the meaning of 103 of the General Municipal Law, and hereby authorizes the expenditure of those funds necessary for such purposes. And be it further resolved that the Board hereby determines that the abatement and remediation activities described above at Scotchtown Avenue School, including air testing and monitoring and associated work, will not have a significant environmental impact, and declares this project a Type 2 action pursuant to 617.5C1, maintenance or repair involving no substantial changes in the structure or facility, and or 10, routine activities of educational institutions, and no further action is required. And be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools is hereby authorized to file the necessary and proper paperwork with the State Education Department to proceed with the emergency remediation of the domestic piping supply at the Scotchtown Avenue School. And be it further resolved that the Board hereby authorizes the superintendent of schools to make transfers between and within functional unit appropriations in the general fund in order to pay for the cost of this ordinary contingent expense. All.
That's it.
Expediting.
Expediting. Expedited. I'm tired. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? God help it, I'll read it again. 12.12. Approve and accept proposal from land for such services. Jeremy, that's BDA's name. Be resolved that the Board of Education hereby approves the proposal from Land Associates Engineering, Planning, Architecture, Surveying, LLP, dated June 1st, 2022, to provide design and management services relating to the repair and/or replacement of the steam pipe installation and steam pipe tunnels at Scotchtown Avenue Elementary School on an hourly basis according to the hourly rate schedule, effective for 2022, at a cost not to exceed $8,500 for said services. Be it further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to execute the proposal. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? .13. Approve and accept proposal from Land for services related to roof restoration at Scotchtown Elementary. Any motion? Jeremy? Billy? Be resolved, the Board of Education hereby approves the proposal from Land Associates Engineering, Planning, Architecture, Surveying, LLP, dated June 7, 2022, to provide architectural and engineering services relating to the roof restoration project at Scotchtown Avenue Elementary School at a fee of $82,000 for said services. Be it further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to execute the proposal. All in favor? Opposed? 12.14. Approve agreement for special education services, physical therapy services. Any motion? Allison and Mike? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves entering into agreement for services with Therapeutic Horizons to provide physical therapy services to special education students during the 2022-23 school year at the following rates. $120 per hour for in-district services, $120 per 30-minute treatment session for in-home services, $480 per evaluation. Be it further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to execute the agreement. All fair? Opposed? 12.15, need a motion to approve agreement for special education services, speech language. Shannon? Tom? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves entering into an agreement with Hudson Valley Speech and Swallowing Therapy, PLLC, to provide speech language services to special education students during the 2022-23 school year at the following rates. $70 per 30-minute in-district treatment session, up to 6 hours per day. $75 per 30-minute in-district treatment session, up to 3 hours per day. Be it further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to execute the agreement. All in favor? Opposed? 12.16, approve agreement for special education services, occupational therapy services. Any motion? Jeremy? Allison? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves entering into agreement with Marion Emery to provide occupational therapy services to special education students effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2023 at a rate of $79 per hour as needed. Be further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent of schools to execute the agreement. All in favor? Opposed? 12.17. Approve entering into agreement for services, educational and management services, Inc. Allison? Billy? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves entering into an agreement for services with Educational and Management Services, Inc. to provide services in the filing of school-age stack forms into the NYSED-stack online verification system for reimbursement of special education costs. Computation of district of location billing and training of district staff in the Stack online system effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2023 at an annual rate of $21,000. Be it further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to execute the agreement. All in favor? 12.18, approve agreement for special education services, upstate cerebral palsy. Any motion? Right? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education enters into agreement with Upstate Cerebral Palsy, provides special education services for students for the school year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. Be further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to execute the agreement. All in favor? Opposed? 12.19, approve agreement for certified occupational therapy assistant services. Any motion? Jeremy? Allison. Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the agreement with Cse Referrals to provide certified occupational therapy assistant or CODA services effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2023 at a rate of $37 per hour for up to 35 hours per week. Be it further resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent of schools to execute the contract. All in favor? Opposed? 12.20, accept award bid for asphalt repair and resurfacing. Any motion? Billy? Shannon? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education awards bid number RFB-BG0007-22 for parking lot seal coating and maintenance effective June 14th, 22 to Tri-State Asphalt Inc., 62 Fifth Avenue, Hawthorne, New Jersey, 07506, as per bid specifications, and price is submitted in their bid of June 7, 2022. All in favor? 12.21, a motion to discontinue service for USA Med. Tom? Mike? Be resolved upon a recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the discontinuance of the service agreement with USA Medical, LLC, to provide FDA-approved SARS-CoV-2 PCR testing services for the Goshen School District effective March 16, 2022. All in favor? 12.22. Any motion for the budgetary transfers? Tom? Shannon? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the following budgetary transfers. Tax tertiary refund, $300,000 for Deerfield Commons. Tax tertiary refund for Target, $150,000. Cover additional BOCE special education costs, $134,000. Cover substitute teacher expenses, $50,000. Purchase of, correction here, 1,250 Chromebooks to the BOCEs for $300,000. Transfer to cover anticipated facility repairs, $600,000. Additional transfer to cover anticipated facility repairs, $100,000. All in favor?
What's Deerfield Commons?
It's over on, it's up by the gallery.
Yes. Is that what it is?
12.23, accept the donation. Billy and Jeremy. This one, Nate?
Yes.
Can we target that money for that program?
Mr. Shaw, we could specifically make sure that that money gets allocated to our unified program.
Can we actually put that in there, or do you want to leave it alone?
I don't think
We
can use it.
There. I think it was granted through the unified program. I like to say it's spent.
Great.
Stipulation from Johnson's Toyota. Any motion? I got one. I need two. I need two more. Be resolved upon the recommendation of Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education accepts a donation of $250 from Johnson's Toyota, part of the OCIAA Tyler Muse MVP Award to be used for the district's athletic program. All there? And one addendum, we call it 12.24. A memorandum of agreement with the GAA, the interim principal of SAS. Any motion? During any time? Be resolved upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, Board of Education approves the memorandum of agreement with the Goshen Administration Association and the district regarding the interim principal of Scottsdale Avenue School, effective June 15th through July 14th, 2022. This agreement will sunset on July 15th, 2022. All in favor? Opposed? Privilege of the floor. Thank you. Board member issues, so we have two recognitions tonight for our departing board members. You're taking this.
It's another minute.
You're taking this with you. This is right. And I have a flag for Mr. Lorenzo here. Mike Lorenzo, presented in recognition and appreciation for your 6 years of commitment, service, and leadership as a board member and a committee member. Orange County School Board Association representative, Negotiations Committee, Technology Committee. You have made a significant impact on the students, district, and Goshen community. We extend our gratitude and wish you much happiness in the future. Congratulations.
It's been a learning experience, and for the incoming board members, be ready.
Castle?
It's rewarding and challenging.
Jeremy Castle, presented in recognition and appreciation for your 9 years of commitment, service, and leadership as a board member and committee member, Orange County School Boards Association representative, New York State School Board Association representative, Audit Committee, Negotiations Committee, Safety Committee. You have made a significant impact on the students, district, and Goshen community. We extend our gratitude and wish you much happiness in the future. Congratulations. Any other board member issues? Thank you. Motion to close the longest meeting of all time. Tom, Billy, all in favor?